The International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience de la Cour pénale internationale est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, please call the case.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Republic of Congo, or Kenya rather, in the matter of the prosecutor versus William Samuel Ruto and Joshua Arap Sang, ICC 0109-0111. We are in open session.
Thank you. Appearances?
Morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Your Honours. For the prosecution this morning, Anton Steinberg, and with me, Lucio Garcia, Lorenzo Pugliatti, Pierre Belbenois, and Grace Go. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours. On behalf of the victims, James Mayweather, Charlotte Divina, and myself, Roshan Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President and Your Honours. For Mr. Sangis, Mary Ange, Cynthia Pondi, Logan Hambrick, Dr. Caroline Busman, Philemon Koej. My name is Kato Keegan. Mr. Sang is present. Thank you, Your Honours.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Your Honours, good morning. Mr. William Ruto, who is present in court, is represented by Mr. David Hooper of Queen's Counsel, Dato Shamala Alagendra, Ms. Lee Laurie, also of Counsel, Clara Gerard Rodriguez, our case manager, and myself, Karim Khan.
Mr. Canavas, is that it?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, we note your presence. We'll get back to you in due course. We go to private session.
All rise. We will away. Please be seated. Boy was swear.
Thank you very much. We are in open session. Just quick announcement. Our sitting schedule for today. Normally we would have risen at 11, but we decided to proceed from now till 12:30. We will rise at 12:30. We'll take our lunch break at that time and return at 2 and continue from 2 to 4. So that will be the sitting schedule for today. Prosecutor, have we done the Rule 66(3)?
Your Honours, I have not yet confirmed it for the record, but I will now confirm that the warning was given to the witness by myself personally under Rule 66(3).
Thank you very much. Can the solemn declaration be administered to the witness?
I solemnly declare that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, witness. Can you hear me?
The witness, yes, I can hear you clearly.
I thank you very much and welcome you to the court. I will give you the same words of welcome that I've given to every other witness who has testified before you. First, I would like you to know that you are this courtroom belongs to you. And the reason I tell you that this court belongs to you is because we do not want you to feel like a stranger in it. We want you to help us do our work of searching for the truth about what happened in the Kenya post-election violence of 2007-2008. Do you understand?
The witness, yes, I do follow you.
Yes, please do feel at home and answer the questions the lawyers will ask you. That's how we do the work. It's through questioning. And the first lawyer who will begin asking you those questions is the lawyer representing the prosecutor. He will ask you questions first. And when he finishes asking you questions, then the lawyers for Mr. Ruto and Mr. Sang will take their turns asking you their own questions. And it may well be that they may also give an opportunity for the lawyer representing the victims to ask you questions. Do you understand?
Witness, yes, I do understand you.
We want you to listen carefully to the questions that each lawyer would ask you. One lawyer at a time would ask you questions, one question at a time. We want you to listen carefully to each of those questions, one at a time, as the question is being asked of you. Do you understand?
The witness, yes, I have understood.
You listen to the question carefully. You understand it. If you understand it, then you can answer it. If you do not understand the question, please indicate so. Indicate that you do not understand the question so that the person asking you the question may repeat the question in a way you will understand it. Do you understand?
Witness, yes, I do.
So once you've understood the question, then answer it to the point. Just answer, give the answer that the question calls for. Just answer it briefly and fully and stop there and wait for the next question. Do you understand?
The witness, I do understand.
In answering these questions, I want you to please not worry about whether or not the question that has been asked of you is a proper question or a fair question. Do not worry about that. What I want you to worry about is simply the answer that that question calls for, and then answer it. The matter of whether or not the question is correct, whether it is fair or proper, is not for you to worry about. It is for me and my colleagues, the judges, who will worry about that. And the way we worry about it is to make sure that lawyers who ask witnesses who come to this court questions, do not ask them questions that are not fair or correct or proper. We take that job very seriously. Do you understand?
The witness, yes, I do understand.
We also do not want you to argue with the lawyers because you do not like their questions or because you think the question may be abusive. Again, it is our job as the judges to make sure that lawyers do not abuse witnesses through the means of asking them questions. Questions in this courtroom are not abusive. We don't allow that. Do you understand?
The witness, I do understand you.
So try not to argue with a lawyer or try not to think, I do not like this question, you shouldn't have asked it. Just listen to the question carefully, understand it, and answer it. Again, I have to ask you, do you understand all of this thing I'm saying?
The witness, I have followed what you have said and I have understood you.
Thank you. You must answer those questions truthfully, to the best of your ability. That is the only way you can help us do our work, by being truthful. We also do not want you to guess, to engage in guesswork. or to speculate. Only tell us what you know. Do you understand?
Nakuelewa.
Witness, I do understand you.
Also, try to avoid telling us what somebody else told you, as if you are the one who witnessed what you're telling us. In other words, there may be a situation where a witness was not there to see what had occurred. Maybe somebody else told that witness what had occurred, but when the witness is answering the question, they answer it as if they were the ones who saw what happened. When in fact what happened was that the witness heard it from somebody else. We try to avoid that. Do you understand?
Hapo sitakuelewa vizuri.
The witness, I have not quite grasped what you said.
What I'm saying is, do not give us information you heard from somebody else. Tell us only what you know, not what you heard from somebody else. Do you understand?
Nakuelewa.
Answer, yes, I do understand.
Now, I need to return to my advice to you to make sure you understand the question and answer it briefly and stop. Answer just what the question calls for. The reason I need to return to that is because the court has ordered that you testify under certain protective measures. Those measures include the fact that your name is not being used directly. No one will call you by your name. You will only be referred to by the number pseudonym. Your face is not also being directly broadcast to the public. Some computer technology has been used to make sure people do not see your face clearly and know who is testifying. The same with your voice. Your voice is not being broadcast directly. Again, there are some distortions that are applied to your voice so that people who know you will not readily make out that it is your voice that is speaking. And from time to time, we will need to go into private session to hear some testimony, because that sort of testimony may contain information that someone who hears it will or may know that that's you. So these are all what we've done to make sure that we protect your identity. Now, how you answer the questions would also help maintain those protections. It is important that you do not give more information than the question calls for when we're in the public session. This is important because the lawyers who are asking you questions know what information they expect you to give. And when they ask you the questions, they will not expect you to give them more information than that. So they feel safe asking you that particular question in the public session. Now, the problem becomes in your answer if you start giving much more information than the question calls for. There may be a risk that in giving that extra information you may reveal identifying information. So it is for that reason that it is important that you just limit yourself to what the question calls for. Somebody asks you, what is 1 plus 1? Simply say, if you know the mathematics, people will say 2. Then you say 2 and leave it at that. Do not go, 1 plus 1 is 2 because when I went to school, I learned that in school and all that stuff. And they told me 1 plus 1 is 2. And no, just simply 2 and leave it at that. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Witness, I have understood you.
Thank you. Just listen carefully, understand the question, answer just that question and stop. Now, there is some logistical matter that I also must speak to you about that makes it possible for us to do this work. Well, there are some colleagues who can only hear you through the microphone. Those are the court reporters and the interpreters. They hear you only through the microphone. For that reason, it is important that we make it easy for them to do that work. And the way we do that is to make sure that no two people are talking at the same time, because if two people are talking at the same time, the court reporters and interpreters will not hear anyone because everyone is talking through the same microphone, so to speak. We cancel each other out. So it is important that when the question is being asked, you wait for the question to finish. And once the question finishes, we also want you to wait a little while, something like 5 seconds, before you start answering. So, prosecutor asks you a question, 1 plus 1, and then you have to wait for about 5 seconds before you say 2. The 5 seconds, you know that by counting 1 to 5 in your mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you start answering. Do you understand?
Nakuelewa.
The witness, I have understood you.
The reason you have to wait, you may be asking, well, if you finished asking the question, why do you have to wait for 5 seconds? You can answer immediately. No, it's not that simple. The reason why you have to wait 5 seconds is because while you're answering the question, or while the question is being asked, rather, while the question is being asked, somebody is interpreting that question in the background. And they need some time to finish interpreting. After the question has finished, they may still need some time to finish off their interpretation. That's why we allow for 5 seconds, because we think that within those extra 5 seconds, the interpreter should be able to finish the work of interpreting. So that's why we want to wait for 5 seconds after the question has finished before you start answering. Do you understand?
Naelewa.
Witness, I have understood.
And finally, I would urge you to speak at a speed that is not too fast and not too slow. So do not speak too fast, because again, when you speak too fast, the interpreters may not be able to follow what you're saying. Also, do not speak too slowly, because we want to finish this job quickly and let you go. Do you understand?
Nakuelewa.
Yes, I do understand you.
Thank you very much on that note. And those questions will begin now with Mr. Steinberg for the prosecutor. Mr. Steinberg, we're in open session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request we go into private session to deal with some background information relating to this witness. I imagine it will be approximately 10 minutes.
Private session.
Samahani.
Nous sommes en audience publique.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honours. Mr. Witness, I'd like to start off by asking you some questions about your knowledge of the accused in this case, starting with Mr. William Ruto. Did you know Mr. William Ruto in 2007?
Yeah.
Answer yes.
What can you tell the court, Mr. Witness, about Mr. Ruto's position in Kalenjin society and in the Rift Valley?
Nitaelewa pale.
I did not quite follow what you said.
Urudie. Sija kushika vizuri.
Could you please repeat what you said? I did not quite grasp it.
Certainly. What can you tell us about Mr. Ruto's position in Kalenjin, in the Kalenjin community? How is he regarded amongst the Kalenjin in the Rift Valley?
Alikuwa wakati ule mpaka saa hizi kwa sababu hakuja kuweko.
Answer. At that time and until today, because there have not been any further elections in order to select any Kalenjin leaders,
Witness, can you continue? What we heard in your answer seems to be an introduction saying at that time and until today, because there had not been any further elections to select the Kalenjin leader. Can you tell us more? The question was, how was Mr. Ruto regarded within the Kalenjin community?
Asante. Kwa jamii ya Kalenjin
the witness, thank you. Within the Kalenjin community, he was a leader. And if you would like to talk about his political status, he was the MP for Eldoret North.
Thank you. Let's start off with the fact that you say he was a leader in the Kalenjin community. How did he become a leader in the Kalenjin community?
Campaign iliendelezwa kwa radio ya KSFM.
Answer. A campaign was led over KAS FM radio.
And who on KAS FM radio was leading this campaign?
Joshua Arap Sang.
Answer. Joshua Arap Sang.
And can you tell the court the name of the radio show which Mr. Sang hosted?
ilikuwa inaitwa Lenemet.
The program was called Lenemet.
And how did Mr. Sang campaign to have Mr. Ruto become a leader of the Kalenjin?
Kwanza Ruto alipata nafasi ya kwenda Kass FM kutoa.
Answer. Mr. Ruto had the opportunity to make a speech over Kass FM, and Mr. Sang put questions to him. In answering the questions put to him by Mr. Sang, he said that he was a true leader.
Who said that?
Joshua Arap Sang.
Answer. Joshua Arap Sang said so.
If I understand you correctly, then Joshua Arap Sang referred to Mr. Ruto as a true leader. Do I understand you correctly?
Sio hivyo. Nimesema Ruto alikuwa akienda kwa.
Answer. No, this is what I said. Mr. Ruto was invited to appear on Kass FM, and he presented his political program. On that occasion, Mr. Sang put questions to him, and he also provided the listeners the opportunity with putting questions to Mr. Ruto. I do not quite know how the program itself was organized, but generally speaking, questions were put to the listeners, such as, "What is your name?" But on many an occasion, it was difficult to ascertain the identity of the listeners who were putting questions over the telephone. So, it did come to light that these were people who had been prepped to take part in this meeting in order to follow this campaign through.
All right, I'll come back to clarify some of those issues. But what I'm trying to understand is that earlier, I referred to page 29, line 4. Line 2 to 4, you said the following. Mr. Ruto had the opportunity to make a speech over Kass FM, and Mr. Sang put questions to him. In answering the questions put to him by Mr. Sang, he said that he was a true leader. What I'm trying to clarify is that who said who was a true leader?
Bwana Joshua Sang.
Answer. It was Mr. Joshua Arap Sang. Subsequently, there were listeners who called in to the program. I don't know whether it was they who called in or whether they were called up themselves over the telephone.
All right, Mr. Witness, I'm going to ask you please just to try and focus on the exact question I'm asking you. You're giving additional information which is not necessarily part of the question. So let me just let's try and focus on answering the question, and then you can give additional information. Do you understand that?
Ah,
So you've answered half of my question when I asked you who said who was a true leader. You said Mr. Joshua Sang said that. Who was he talking about?
alikuwa akimaanisha Ruto.
Answer. He was referring to Mr. Ruto.
Thank you very much.
Hata kidogo, hata hiyo sio kumaanisha, kwa sababu walikuwa naye hapo kwa studio. Sasa ni kwamba alikuwa tu akiambia Ruto kwa mnajili ya watu.
It was not just simply because Mr. Ruto had been invited to the studio, but also with regard to the main community, it was said that Mr. Ruto was a true leader.
Thank you. A few follow-up questions. You said, and I refer to line 18 and onwards of page 29, it did come to light that these were people, the callers, these were people who had been prepped to take part in this meeting in order to follow this campaign through. How did that come to light?
Nitakupata hapo.
Answer. I have not quite grasped your question, Counsel.
I'll repeat, and I'm paraphrasing. Well, I'm repeating to you the answer that has been translated. You said Mr. Ruto was invited to appear on KAS FM, and that Mr. Sang put questions to him. Recall that? You can
Sio
just.
vile kama nilisema hivyo, sio hivyo. Siwezi kuelewa kama.
The witness. No, that is not what I said. I do not know whether he had been invited or whether he'd gone there of his own volition, but all that I do know is that Mr. Ruto was at the KAS FM studio. I do not know how his invitation was organized. I notably do not know whether he had been invited or had gone there of his own accord.
Very well, but what I'm really interested in is what follows. You said Mr. Sang put questions to him and provided listeners the opportunity to put questions to him. Remember saying that?
Sio kumhoji, kuuliza maswali.
Answer. Yes, questions were indeed being put to him.
And then further down, lines 18 and onwards, you said it came to light that these people, these listeners, had been prepped to take part in this meeting in order to follow this campaign through.
Ndio.
Yes.
So my question is, how did it come to light that these callers had been prepped or prepared to take part in this meeting to follow the campaign through? How did you find out about that?
Manake ni kwamba hata kuna wakati mimi mwenyewe nilipiga simu.
Answer. At a given moment in time, I called in myself, and Mr. Joshua Sang asked me what my name was. Now, with regard to the other listeners who took part, Mr. Sang would talk to them without even asking them what their name was. So I wondered how it was that he knew their names.
Is there anything else that you can tell the court that made you think these listeners, specifically the callers to the program where Mr. Ruto was described as a true leader, anything else that leads you to believe that they had been prepped beforehand?
Ndio. Hawa watu wenye walikuwa wakitajwa majina na Sang kabla hajajieleza.
Answer: yes. The people whose names were given by Mr. Sang were part of a group. A group that were supporters of KAS FM. I don't know quite how to describe them. I can't remember the name of that group. One of them was called Sanders. Mr. Sang might, for example, say to somebody from Sunrise, the Sunrise Group, to greet the other members of the Sunrise Group. There is another group, and I can't recall the name of that group, and I don't know whether it's still in existence, but I do believe that it was dissolved. I do not know whether I have really answered your question.
Let me ask you another one. Can you recall the names or pseudonyms of any of these callers who used to call into Mr. Sang's show on this occasion when Mr. Ruto was on the show?
Mr. President, may I raise an objection? The witness had not said any of them was using pseudonyms. And to the extent of my learned friend suggesting that use of pseudonyms was involved, he is leading, and I would like to object.
I'll rephrase, Your Honour. Can you recall the names by which the persons calling into this show identified themselves, if at all?
Nakumbuka majina mawili, mengine nimesahau.
Answer: I remember two names. As for the others, I have forgotten them. One was called Tija, another was a councillor.
Can you please spell the first name for us, Tija?
I.
Answer: J I P T I N B I N W Y O. GIPTINBINWYO.
Jiptin Bin... I don't think I can pronounce that. Yeah. Jiptin Binuo. Can you pronounce that for us, please?
Kiptidinyo.
Answer Jiptindinwo.
All right.
Can you say it again, witness? Can you say the name again? Just say it. Just say it. Let's see if we can spell it in court. Can you?
K I P
I P T I N B I N Y O. Kiptin bin Wyo.
All right. There should be a K at the beginning. I heard the witness say K-I.
Okay, witness, can you do this for me? Don't look at your paper. Just look at me on the screen and tell me the name. Just say the name.
Dinyo.
Witness Kiptin bin Wyo.
I think there's also some lapses in the relay. All right, so we will. Did you say Captain Dino?
Yoivo.
Yes.
Your permission, Mr. President. Mr. President, we concede that a person by the name Kiptindinyo used to call, and we are prepared to have the spelling also made out so that we move on from this point.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. King Katwa. Can you assist with that spelling again?
Mr. President, the spelling is K-I-P-T-I-N-D-I-N-Y-O.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And did you say that person was a teacher?
Sielewi kazi yake ilikuwa ni nini?
Answer. No, I'm not sure what he did.
All right, I must have misheard. The word Kiptindinyo, what does that mean in Nandi?
Hiyo lugha ya Nandi ni lugha ya Kipsigis.
Answer. It is not the Nandi language, but Kipsigis. And the meaning of this name is a woman rapist. That is an individual who hides in a field of maize or in a copse of bushes and waits for women to go by in order to rape them. So it's a nickname given to that kind of individual.
Thank you. And the second name you said you remembered, I think you said this person was a counsellor.
Counselor. Yoivo.
Answer, yes, that is correct.
Mr. Witness, please observe the pause between my questions and your answers because sometimes we're being cut off. Was that the name the person used, counsellor?
Ni counselor.
Answer, counsellor.
All right, let me move on. You said Mr. Sang described Mr. Ruto as a true leader. What was the Kalenjin word or words used by Mr. Sang to describe Mr. Ruto as a true leader?
I kandoindet nebo man.
Answer Kandinuin Mabat.
Can you spell that for us, please, Mr. Witness?
Nitaomba kwanza niandike kwa karatasi alafu niseme.
Answer, please give me the time to write it out on a piece of paper, then I'll spell it to you.
Double I.
Spelling W I P S K A M B O I M D E T space M E B O another space I M A N.
All right, so I'll have a go at that. Wipskam Boimdet Mebo Iman. Is that close enough?
Sija kushika.
Answer, I did not quite grasp what you said.
All right, never mind, it's on the record. Microphone, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry. Witness, can you pronounce the name again? The word you spelled. Can you? Don't look at the paper. Just pronounce it. See if you can pronounce it.
I kandoindet nebo iman.
Answer, Ikan Boimdet Mebo Iman.
The spelling of the first word would be double I. The second word would be K-A-N-D-O-I-N-D-E-T. The next word is N-E-B-O. And the last word would be I-M-A-N.
I'm grateful, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kigatwa.
And witness, what is the literal meaning of these words?
Wewe ni kiongozi kweli.
Answer, you are a true leader.
Now, besides Mr. Sang and CAS FM, were there any other people who were supporting Mr. Ruto to become the leader of the Kalenjin?
Mara ya kwanza haikuwa wengi, lakini baadaye watu wakawa wamekuwa wengi.
Answer, at the outset there weren't many of them, but subsequently there were more and more people supporting
What was the relationship between Mr. Ruto and the traditional Kalenjin chiefs in the Rift Valley like at that time?
Unajua hapo mpaka ijulikane
Answer. You know that there is a difference between the elders in the Rift Valley and those in the subtribe of the Nandis.
All right, but what can you tell us about the relationship between any of the Kalenjin traditional leaders and Mr. Ruto at that time?
Your Honours, could I also raise another issue? Is my learned friend uses the word Kalenjin chief, and elder and chief are two different positions, Your Honour. And I'd ask my learned friend to be more specific.
Well, in fact, I'm going to be less specific and allow the witness to explain. And I'll repeat my previous question. Can you tell us what can you tell us about the relationship between Kalenjin traditional leaders and Mr. Ruto at that time, whether they be elders or chiefs or whatever position they might hold?
Your Honours, again I'm going to rise because a chief is not a traditional role. It's an appointment by the state.
Well, let's give the witness some space to explain that. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Could you answer that question?
hapo ukisema college itakuwa ni vikubwa kidogo kwa sababu college.
Answer. Well, if you're talking about Kalenjin people, this is a generalization that includes that sub-tribe who have different customs. So what I can tell you about the Rift Valley and the traditional chiefs or the elders, most were members of Ruto's church, the AIC. And those people who go to that church don't often deal with traditional matters. They only deal with religious matters.
Well, those traditional chiefs and elders who went to that church, what was their attitude towards Mr. Ruto's, or the campaign to elect Mr. Ruto as the Kalenjin leader?
Your Honours, I'm going to object to this because we don't have a basis of how this witness would know what happens in that particular church. Because from the information we have received, he belongs to a different church.
You can cross-examine on that, Mr. Alexandra.
Thank you, Your Honours. What can you tell us about these traditional leaders' attitude towards the campaign to elect Mr. Ruto as leader of the Kalenjin?
But that is a very unfair question, Mr. President. The witness has not said anything about traditional leaders. Instead, he has said about church leaders. Actually, the church, not even the church leaders.
Objection overruled. Mr. Steinberg, put the question again.
Thank you. It's from line 7. I'll repeat that. The traditional chiefs and elders who went to that church, that is the AIC church, what was their attitude towards Mr. Ruto or the campaign to elect Mr. Ruto as the Kalenjin leader? Do you know that?
hapo siwezi kujua sana, lakini
Answer: I'm not in a position to know that. However, he went to a great many meetings, and each time they heard that Ruto was going to a particular place, they would go there too.
Who would go there too?
hao wazee wa kanisa.
Answer: these elders from the church. And also, they had dealings with the members of other churches. That is to say, Ruto gave a lot of money to people who belonged to his church.
Just for the record, the AIC is the African Inland Church, is that correct?
Ndio hivyo.
Yes, that's right.
Let me just try and wrap up this point then. You've mentioned that there was a campaign to elect or to have Mr. Ruto appointed as the Kalenjin leader. Are you able to tell us who were the main people who were supporting Mr. Ruto in this campaign, the notable people that you know of?
Ruto hakuchaguliwa.
Answer: Ruto was not elected. Let me explain to you. The election was on the radio. People called into the radio station, and they were supporters of KAS FM. That's not an election. There was no an election in relation to the main community. But there wasn't any really competitors within the election.
All right. But the question is, who were Mr. Ruto's main supporters in this campaign that you've been speaking of?
Uga namna gani?
Answer: I beg your pardon? What supporters are you talking about?
Mr. Witness, you told us about a campaign to have Mr. Ruto become the leader of the Kalenjin. I'm asking you, are you aware of the identity of any people, notable people, well-known people, who were supporting Mr. Ruto in this campaign?
Your Honour, could we have a reference from my learned friend as to where the witness said there was a campaign for Mr. Ruto to be elected? And secondly, the witness is speaking about supporters of KAS FM, not supporters of Mr. Ruto.
We move on. If that's an objection overruled, proceed, Mr. Steinberg.
Thank you, Your Honours. I'll repeat the question. Do you recall you told us earlier about a campaign to have Mr. Ruto become the leader of the Kalenjin? Remember saying that?
Your Honour, I was asking for a line reference for that issue, Your Honour.
I remember overlapping speakers.
Your Honours, I believe that objection was overruled. Now my question is, besides KAS FM, were there any other people who supported Mr. Ruto in that campaign?
Hiyo sikupata kujua.
Answer, I wasn't in a position to know about that.
All right, I'll leave that for the time being. Mr. Witness, was there any particular occasion that you can recall where Mr. Ruto became leader of the Kalenjin people?
Ndio.
Answer, yes.
When and where was that occasion?
Sikumbuki wakati.
Answer, I don't remember the date, but that ceremony at which he was chosen as leader of the Kalenjin was at the Post Club in Eldoret.
Sorry, which club in Eldoret?
Sports Club, Eldoret.
Would that be sport?
Answer. The interpreter. Overlapping speakers, we are unable to render the meaning.
Nafasi kidogo.
1 second, everyone. Witness, did you say sports club?
Hivyo.
The witness, that's right.
How do you know about this ceremony, Mr. Witness?
Niliona kwa TV.
Answer, I saw it on the television.
And what happened at that ceremony?
Kitu ya muhimu ni kuonekana kuwa ilikuwa ni kuonekana.
Answer, the most important thing is that Ruto was chosen to be the leader of the Kalenjin. I didn't understand anything else that happened.
And what does it mean to be the leader of the Kalenjin, Mr. Witness?
Hapo sielewi kwa sababu hiyo ni muungano.
Answer, I don't understand.
Muungano.
Because it was for the first time the Kalenjins were elected. But if you didn't go as a Nandi, I can tell you about this. What I can tell you is that it was politics. It was a way of getting votes.
What did you understand by his appointment as leader of the Kalenjin?
Hiyo sikuweza kuielewa vizuri.
Answer, I haven't understood because to say that one is the leader of the Kalenjin and in other places one wants to impose the Nandi traditions. Amongst the Nandi people, if a leader of something Well, if someone is a leader, no one can contradict him. But everything that happened in terms of the Kalenjin, I didn't understand much of it.
So, do I understand you correctly that in the Nandi tradition, if somebody is appointed as a leader, no one may contradict him? Is that what you try to convey?
All rise. Vous vous levez. Please be seated. We will swap.
Thank you very much. We're in open session. Witness, welcome back. Mr. Steinberg, please continue.
Your Honour, I do apologise if I may interrupt my learned friend. There is a matter, Your Honour, which we wanted to place on record, which is in relation to the language of the witness. I'm not certain if it was done in private earlier.
Let's go into private session. The discussion on language was in private session.
I want to point out that some of these interviews were done in English.
Nous sommes en audience publique.
The court officer, we are in open session, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Witness, we're now back in public session, so you know. Remember, just listen to the question carefully and answer briefly. Just give the answer the question requires, just that answer, and stop and wait for the next question. Do you understand? Thank you.
Answer, yes, I've understood.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, you've spoke before the luncheon adjournment about the Kalenjin people, and you also mentioned certain other subgroups such as the Nandi and the Kipsigis. I don't believe it's in dispute that the Kalenjin people are made up of a number of subgroups. Is that correct?
Answer, no, that's not right.
Kalenjin.
In actual fact, there's not something that you would call the Kalenjin people. It's something that Mr. Ruto started. It was the politicians who wanted that sort of expression so that they could refer to people as Kalenjin.
Why was that? Why was that?
Kabla haikuwa uamuzi, lakini hiyo ni maoni yangu kwa vile hiyo.
Answer. That's my point of view in relation to how that began.
All right. But this notion of the Kalenjin people, who was that made up of?
Answer, no, that's not right.
Please listen to the question. I don't think you've heard the question. Please just listen carefully. This concept of the Kalenjin that you say the politicians made up, who were included in that group known as the Kalenjin?
Answer. There is a sect, the Nandi, the Kapsigis, the Marakwet, the Pokot, the Wasade, Wagol, and the Sabaot. The last three, that last group is considered sometimes as a single group, but they are different. And then there are also the Robo. Interpreter correction, the word at the beginning was seven, not sect.
All right, thank you. Now, you mentioned before the lunch break, and I'll read from the real-time transcript, page 41, from the top of the page. Among the Nandi people, if a leader of something, well, if someone is a leader, no one can contradict him. My question is, which group did Mr. Ruto belong to? Which subgroup?
Answer. He belongs to the Kalenjin group.
Yes, but you've told us the Kalenjin are made up of a number of subgroups. I want to know which subgroup, sub-ethnicity of the Kalenjin did Mr. Ruto specifically belong to?
Hapo sasa kikundi ya Kalenjin ilikuwa imeundwa.
Answer. That is when the Kalenjin group was created. That is to say, Ruto was in those groups of Kalenjin people.
All right, Mr. Witness, I don't think you're understanding the question. You said there were 7 sub-tribes, including Kipsigis, Pokot, Sabawat, Nandi, Marakwet, and various others. Which of those subgroups did Mr. Ruto come from?
Nandi.
Answer. He comes from the Nandi subgroup.
All right, thank you. Mr. Witness, I'm going to ask you please to try your very best to listen to the question and make sure you understand it before you answer. If there's anything you don't understand, please ask me and I'll clarify it, all right? Okay. Now, you told us about an occasion at the Eldoret Sports Ground where Mr. Ruto was recognized as the leader of the Kalenjin. Are you able to tell us roughly when this was? If not the exact date, then what year did this happen?
Sikumbuki tarehe.
Answer. I no longer recall the date. I think it was in 2005, before the referendum.
Na uhakika imekuwa
After the interpreter in the Swahili booth corrects, after the referendum. That happened a while ago.
All right, good. And besides the television, did any other media carry or broadcast this event?
sijakuelewa.
Answer. I haven't understood your question.
You said this event was covered on, you watched this event on the television. What I want to know was this event also covered or broadcast in other media, press, such as newspapers, radios, etc.?
Ilikuwa kwa magazeti, hata radio pia
Answer. That was published in the daily newspapers. Even it was also broadcast by the radio stations, in particular Cas FM. And I don't remember what other places it was published in.
Thank you, Your Honours. Private session, please.
Private session.
Nous sommes en audience publique, Monsieur le Président.
The court officer, we are in open session, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, can you please tell the court, without giving at this stage the location, was there any occasion when you attended a gathering or a meeting or similar occasion where Mr. Ruto made a speech?
Dio nilihudhuria.
Answer, yes, I did go.
And if I can ask you to look at page 2 of the PIS, and can you tell the Chamber, please, if the location of this meeting, the area where this meeting took place, is on the PIS form?
Ni namba sita.
Answer, it's number 6.
And where specifically was the meeting held? What was the venue of the meeting? For instance, it could be a park or a stadium or a hospital, something like that. What was it?
Ilikuwa ni shuleni.
Answer, he was at a school.
And what type of a meeting was this? What was the purpose of this meeting?
Ilikuwa ni ya harambee.
Answer, it was a harambe.
And I think it's common cause that a harambe is a fundraiser. Is that correct?
Hivyo.
Answer, that's right.
When was this meeting? When was this harambe? When did it take place?
Gawaja sikumbuki tarehe vizuri. Ilikuwa
I can't really remember the date, but I believe it was in October of 2007. I believe that it was around the 15th.
Okay. And who was the master of ceremonies at this harambe? Who was in charge of the proceedings?
ilikuwa ni Chief Lagat, alafu
Answer, there was Chief Lagat. And then he gave the microphone to Christophe Shikario. Chariot, correction from the Swahili interpreter.
Your Honour, if I may just raise a matter. Could we perhaps go into private session, Your Honour, so I can raise this?
Private session.
Nous sommes en audience publique.
The court officer, we are in open session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, when I started off asking you about this occasion, this Harambe, I asked you whether there were any occasions where you heard Mr. Ruto speak. Did Mr. Ruto, in fact, then speak at this Harambe?
Answer. Could you ask your question more clearly?
Did Mr. Ruto, in fact, speak, make a speech at this Harambe?
Aliongea.
Answer. Yes, he did speak.
And can you recall, Mr. Witness, what did Mr. Ruto say during this speech?
Nakumbuka gawaje useme labda itakuwa tofauti kidogo lakini.
Answer. I remember what he said. However, I'm not going to faithfully report what he said, but I do remember the general content. He said that the ODM and another parties, and he said our party, he meant the people who were in the audience, most of whom were Nandi. He added that no one would have any reason to go to another political party. The Kikuyu party, when we had our political party, and he said, and that was when we were at place number 6, and that place, number 6, is not part of the places where the Kikuyu live. He added, I can't make this out very well. I can't see very well. The name on the list. But I will remember. He added, we have no reason, and if necessary, we will drive the Kikuyu out.
Drive the Kikuyu out of where?
Alikuwa akizungumza.
The witness, that is what he said.
What did you understand him to mean when he said, we will, if necessary, we will drive the Kikuyu out?
Alimaanisha ni kutoa Wakikuyu kwa eneo letu.
Answer, he meant that we had to drive out the Kikuyu to another region and send them back to their region, namely Central Province. Interpreter correction, and an earlier reply, the witness said we have no reason to follow the Kikuyu, and if necessary we will drive the Kikuyu out. Line 17 of the French transcript.
And why did he say why it was necessary to drive the Kikuyu out back to Central?
Sababu kuu ni kwamba Wakikuyu hawakuwa wakipigia kura mtu wa kabila.
Answer, the Kikuyu couldn't elect anyone else who was not part of their ethnic group.
Can you recall anything else that he said during that speech?
Kabla siku chache kabla hiyo tarehe.
Answer: a few days before that date. They were all part of the same political party, ODM Kenya, and Kenyatta was also part of that group. At one particular time, the ODM Kenya dissolved. Later, Uru joined his former political party, KANU, and Ruto and Raila remained in the ODM, and Kalonzo stayed in ODM Kenya. The Swahili interpreter, did not hear the last part of the reply provided by the witness.
All right, Mr. Witness, the interpreter didn't get everything you said, but first of all, I think one correction at line 10 to 11. I believe I heard you say later Uhuru joined. At one particular time, ODM Kenya dissolved, and later Uhuru joined another political party. Is that what you said?
Sio vile Uhuru alikuwa na chama yake.
Answer: no. Ruru had his own political party, KANU. And KANU allied itself with another political party. And that was to support the president of the day.
And the president of the day, I think we all know, was Mr. Kibaki. Is that right?
Answer: that's right.
All right. Now, Mr. Witness, I started off by asking you if you can recall anything else that Mr. Ruto said, and you provided this explanation of the various political parties leading up to the election. What is it that you wanted to get at?
Answer: I said this. Mr. Ruto told us at that time, you see, Uhuru will help his father. I don't remember whether he was talking about his father or someone else, or his brother. He gave the example of how the Kikuyu stuck together. They stuck together.
All right. What language was Mr. Ruto speaking when he said these things?
Answer: he was speaking in Nandi, and then he spoke in English, but it was really particularly intended for the journalists.
And when he said the Kikuyu had to be, let me get your exact words again. When he said the
Mr. President, could I request that the laptop that is obstructing the witness could be moved a little?
Thank you. And when you said that the Kikuyu had to be driven out back to Central Province, what language was he speaking when he said that?
Your Honour, if I can object to that, the Kikuyus being driven to Central Province was his interpretation, not the words used by Mr. Ruto.
Oh.
We will need to clarify that. We'll clarify that, but in the meantime, we should also note, since Mr. King Kato made the request about the screen, it was adjusted, just for the record. But proceed.
Thank you. I'll rephrase. When he said, when Mr. Ruto said, if necessary, we will drive the Kikuyu out, what language was that said in?
Answer, he said it in Nandi.
How many people were attending this Harambe, Mr. Witness?
Watu walikuwa wengi.
Answer, there were many people. It's difficult to give you an estimate because I might get it wrong. There were a great many people, and they even occupied the road that led towards that place, towards the school.
Is it possible for you to estimate a range of people? So, for instance, one might say between 10 and 20, 50 and 100, 100 and 200, 300 and 500, something like that?
Sioni vizuri kama nikikadiria.
Answer, no, I don't think I could give you an estimate. All I can tell you is that there were a lot of people because they occupied the schoolyard and even spilled out and occupied the road nearby. And I think you'll understand what I mean when I say that.
Very well. What was the reaction of the crowd when Mr. Ruto said that if necessary we will drive the Kikuyu out?
Walimshangilia kwa furaha.
Answer, well, the people who were calling that out were full of joy.
I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean the people who were calling that out? Who was calling what out?
Nimesema walimshangilia Bwana Ruto.
Answer, I said that the crowd hailed Mr. Ruto.
I see.
Yani walifurahia.
Answer, they were very happy.
Na hata kidogo nimesahau.
The witness, continuing, I forgot. I think he even said, he said that Those who support PNU are not normal people. They are crazy.
Thank you. Is there anything else you wish to add that Mr. Ruto said?
Answer. I've told you what I remember for the time being.
And to your understanding, how were the Kikuyu to be driven out of the area?
Your Honour, I think this is inviting for speculation.
Indeed.
Is that a ruling, Your Honour?
Yes.
As the court pleases. Very well. Let me move on. Mr. Witness, apart from the crowd that were present at this Harambe, was there any other reaction in Turbo to Mr. Ruto's speech after that Harambe?
I was not in a position to know what transpired in Turbo. You see, it was night time and it was not possible to go to Turbo as such. And I didn't learn of anything relating to such possible reactions.
Mr. Witness, I'm not necessarily talking about the same night, but after the Harambe, did anything happen in Turbo after Mr. Ruto made the speech about the Kikuyu being driven out?
Your Honour, I think that's a bit of a far link. I think there must be a few more steps before we reach what happens in Turbo.
The question was proper, seeing how the witness deals with it. But before we move away from the speech, witness, you said that you were not in a position to repeat precisely what Mr. Ruto had said in his speech. But then you gave testimony of what you understood, whatever he said, to have meant, and that meant that the Kikuyu would need to be driven out. Did I understood you correctly that this is what you said during your testimony?
Yes.
Can you try telling us, if you can, what words he had used that gave you that understanding that he was saying that the Kikuyus needed to be driven out? What was it that he said that gave you that understanding?
Baluga Guama.
The witness, do you want me to answer you in my mother tongue? Or should I speak in another language? Which language should I use to answer you?
let's try your... No, let's do it this way. What language was said that Mr. Ruto spoke in that conveyed that impression to you?
Lugha ya Nandi.
Spoke in Nandi.
Now, we will want you to use the words in Nandi that you say would have conveyed the meaning to the effect that the Kikuyus would have to be driven out. What were the words in Nandi?
Ogemande kuguejo.
Ogemandi Oguyu.
Can you say it again?
Ogemande kuguejo.
Ogemand Ogwechu.
Mr. Kigenkava, can you assist us as you've done in the past?
The first word is O-N-G-E. The second one is M-A-N-D-E. The third word is K-O-K-O-E-C-H-U.
Witness, I'm going to try my Nandi on you. What I have on my notepad is Onge Mande Kokoechu. Was that what you said?
Hivyo kawaida matamshi zi kama yangu.
Yes, that is correct. Even though your pronunciation is different from mine.
Thank you. And what do you say those words mean?
Tuwafurushe hawa Wakikuyu.
Drive out those Kikuyu.
Thank you. Mr. Steinberg, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honours. I wonder if I mightn't even be able to get some more precision. Mr. Witness, you said that you, well, at the time you made your statements to the prosecution, were you able to recall the words that Mr. Ruto said when he made this speech about removing the Kikuyu?
Sijakuelewa.
The witness, I have not understood your question.
You said when you started testifying about this incident that you might not be able to faithfully recall everything that Mr. Ruto said. What I'm asking you is, at the time when you made your witness statement to the prosecution investigators, were you able to recall the words Mr. Ruto used in his speech?
Tafadhali swali haijakuja vizuri.
The witness. Once again, I did not quite understand your question.
All right. the question the prosecutor was asking you was this. Before you came to court, maybe a little while back,
Your Honours, the statement I'm interested in was in 2011.
Several years ago, you met with the prosecutor, investigators, and you were having a discussion with them, and they asked you questions and you gave them answers, and they wrote your answers down or even recorded it. The prosecutor's question was, at that time, during that period, did you tell the prosecutor investigators the words that Mr. Ruto had used to say, drive the Kikuyu out? Do you remember having given those words to the prosecution investigators at that time in the past?
Samahani, tumekutana nao
The witness. I'm sorry. I met the investigators on 2 occasions. Which occasion are you referring to?
On any of those 2 occasions, do you recall giving the investigators the words that Mr. Ruto had used?
Your Honours, I think there's a problem here because
niliwaambia
because there's more than 2 occasions on which the witness has.
Witness, what was your answer?
nilisema niliwaambia.
The witness, I told them that.
Thank you. Your Honours, I'm going to ask at this stage, rather than rely on the witness's memory now, to show the witness a passage from his statement of the 26th, 27th and 30th of May 2011 and ask whether that will refresh his memory as to the exact words used by Mr. Ruto.
Your Honour, we object to that because the most recent version of Mr. Ruto's speech was dealt with in interviews in 2014, where he explained certain discrepancies and why his previous account of the speech was false. So in fairness to the defence and also the witness, perhaps my learned friend should take the witness to that account of 2014.
And he gave different accounts in
And there is also some explanation given in the proofing session, Your Honour, so perhaps my learned friend could also take him there.
Dealing precisely with the matter.
Exactly, Your Honour.
Yes.
Your witness, in witness proofing, the witness did confirm these words. And if he says anything other than that, then he will have the opportunity to explain that now, and the counsel can obviously cross-examine on any discrepancies.
Indeed. We will proceed with the memory refreshing exercise.
I'm grateful, Your Honours. I'm not sure which court officer to address. I presume Mr. Court Officer in the remote location. Can I ask you to please call up the latest redacted version of KenOTP 00530256. And if you could just display the front page of that document. And Mr. Witness, can you please tell me when you have that in front of you, or Mr. Court Officer?
Document is being presented to the witness. Front page.
Mr. Witness, you'll see at the bottom of the page there are certain initials. Do you recognize any of those?
The witness, yes, I can see my initials.
And I won't read them out because we're in public session, but are your initials the one appearing on the left, at the bottom of the page on the left? Was there an answer?
I had Sawa in. Was that what did you say? Yes, that's your initial on the left, witness.
Witness, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Court Officer, can we have the next page, 0257, please? Do we have that displayed?
Yes, Counsel, the page was displayed.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, do you see the dates at the top of that page, second line, 26, 27, and 30th of May 2011?
Yes, I can see them.
And Mr. Witness, can you confirm that is your signature appearing next to your name in the middle of the page?
The witness, yes, that's my signature.
All right. Do you confirm this is a statement you made on those dates to OTP investigators?
Yeah.
Answer, yes.
All right. Could you call up then, please, the next page, Mr. Court Officer, 0258, and specifically from paragraph 6 onwards?
Page is being displayed.
And could you read, please, paragraphs 6, 7, 8, and 9, and let us know when you're finished, please. In fact, just 6, 8, and 9. Don't worry about 7.
Okay.
Mr. Witness, does that refresh your memory as to the words used by Mr. Ruto at the Harambe?
kweli?
Yes, that's correct.
And what were those words then?
Maana ya kusema Wakikuyu watoke, maanake
He said that the Kikuyu should leave, meaning that Majimbo was something that politicians said on a daily basis. When I say Majimbo, everyone would understand what that means. And that is how he came to use another example, referring to other regions or to another region, say the region where we are. And he said, who are the people in that region? Are there not people in that area who have names belonging to those who are in Central? So he said that too, and then went on to ask whether there was another region in Central. And he said that some names, such as Kimayo, and then he also asked whether a Nandi in Central would live in similar freedom as the Kikuyus who are living in the Rift Valley.
All right, what exactly did he say about Kimayo, for instance?
aliuliza kama kuna Kimayo mwingine kule Central.
He asked a question. Is there any Kimayo in Central? Is there another Kimayo in Central? And here I use the word Kapoyo. This was referring to the Kikuyus.
The name Kimayo, what language is that? What is Kimayo?
Your Honours, can I request the statement be taken off the screen for the witness, please?
Yes, court officer, you can remove the statement from the screen, or at least adjust the screen so he's not distracted by it.
Yes, Mr. President.
Can you tell the court what is or where is Kimayo?
Unamaanisha maana ya jina Kimayo ama namna gani?
Are you asking for the meaning of Kimayo, or are you now asking a different question?
Well, let me ask this question first. What language is the name Kimayo? What language is that?
Kimayo iko kwa majina karibu mbili, Nandi na Marakwet.
Kimayo is located in Nandi and Marakwet country.
Mr. Steinberg, 1 second. Mr. Ken, you had put in a request for some time towards the end of today's proceedings. Do you still want, is it that urgent, or is it something that can wait until tomorrow?
Mr. President, it can be done tomorrow morning. If it's preferable to the court.
Mr. Steinberg, would this be a convenient place to stop so we can take up Mr. Ken's matter and move fresh tomorrow with the witness testimony?
Not especially convenient, Your Honours, but I'm aware of what Mr. Khan wants to request, and I think it's probably best to deal with it this afternoon rather than wait till the morning.
All right. Witness, we will release you for today, and you'll rejoin us tomorrow morning. overnight, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone. Do you understand?
Yeah.
The witness, yes, I understand you.
Thank you very much, and court officer, you may leave the witness out of the room. Mr. Khan, would this be in private or in open session?
Mr. President, it can be done in public session, I think.
President, I'm sorry, I apologize. Should counsel remain in the transmission room? Or
Yes.
can we just...
Yes, he may remain in the transmission room.
Thank you.
Is the witness out of the room?
Yes, Mr. President, I confirm the witness has been escorted out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm most grateful for the time. Mr. President, as Your Honours are aware, Mr. Ruto has been required to be here for the next 5 days. Your Honours, it came to my attention yesterday and to Mr. Ruto's attention last week, at the end of last week, that in fact the President of the Republic of Kenya was scheduled to attend, or is scheduled to attend, the World Economic Forum in Davos in Switzerland. When Mr. Ruto told the President last week, I think it was on Friday or Thursday, that he would be out of Kenya this week because of court, the issue of attendance at the Davos summit came up for discussion. Your Honour, what my request is in a nutshell is that Kenya is due to attend that summit on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday of this week. Matters have been discussed with the Foreign Ministry, and I'm asking that Mr. Ruto be excused Thursday and Friday to attend, in place of the President, the World Economic Forum in Davos. Your Honours will be aware from open sources that many heads of state, heads of government are attending, and given the very tumultuous economic state of the world, the aspects of discussion include issues of currency fluctuations and investment. Your Honour, this is an important matter that engages the Republic of Kenya. We can't have, it's difficult for the President and the Deputy to be both out of the Republic at the same time, and for that reason I'm asking that Your Honours excuse Mr. Ruto on Thursday and Friday. That would allow him to leave Wednesday after court to Switzerland, to Davos, and have the meetings and make his presentations at the World Economic Forum on Thursday and Friday. So, Your Honours, that's my application. These are, of course, a very important annual event, perhaps one of the most important annual events that engages the global economic community, and it is one that the Republic of Kenya wishes to be properly represented at by the Presidency. So, Your Honour, that's my application. Your Honour, he would have sat through quite a bulk of the examination in chief of this witness, because it will be all of today, all of tomorrow and all of Wednesday. So that's my application.
Mr. Steinberg.
Well, firstly, I should observe that Mr. Ruto's presence here this week was at the specific request of the defence, who asked that he should be allowed to attend for the testimony of this witness rather than the prior witness, who did not engage him in the case as much. It is Your Honour's ruling that the witness should attend, the accused should attend for 5 days at the beginning of each session. From the prosecution's perspective, it really doesn't matter that much which 5 days the accused attends. It would seem that this witness is likely to continue into the next week. So if Mr. Ruto were to be excused on Thursday and Friday and attend on Monday and Tuesday, then the prosecution would have no objection to that.
Mr. Khan, can you speak to that part of it?
Mr. President, if it's required that Mr. Ruto attend on Monday and Tuesday next week in lieu of Thursday and Friday, he will do so if the court insists. that's required.
Mr. Ken, we have excused Mr. Ruto.
Indeed.
Having him to attend proceedings 5 days once in a while is not too much an imposition on him. You do understand that, don't you?
Mr. President, I understand the ruling of the court, and I'm grateful for the consideration thus far given to various submissions that I've made. So, Your Honours, if the court is minded to excuse Mr. Ruto on Thursday and Friday, he would be here on Monday and Tuesday, if that's required.
We've not made a ruling. I just asked a question, and then we will return on this matter tomorrow morning.
I'm most grateful.
Go. Mr. Narasatsai, sorry, I've just reminded you that was not intentional. Proceed, please, if you have any observation on this.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honours. We do not in particular any specific observations to make, but on behalf of the victims, we would be satisfied to proceed as long as these proceedings of this court goes as planned. So we don't have particular objection to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, completely different issue. Just an indication from the prosecution if they have an estimate of how soon they can finish in evidence in Kivu.
We will take that tomorrow morning. The court will rise now.
All rise. We will obey.